Hello and welcome to 90 Days. I'm Kevin and I'm on my 23rd day of 90 days of web development. And today I'm going to be working through a module from Free Code Camp on variables. We've been using variables throughout this, entire endeavor here. But we're going to dive a little bit deeper here today, finish up this module, and build a city skyline as a workshop. And that's 115 steps. That should be quite in depth there. And then we're going to build an availability table with the knowledge that we have so far. But before we do that, we're going to have a quiz on responsive web design. And then in the afternoon, we'll probably have some time to go through the HTML and CSS responsive web design book. And we are up to chapter 5, layouts with CSS grids. So that's going to be good. So we're also covering that on Thursday from the Free Code Camp course. So should be a pretty good day. Feeling a lot better than it did yesterday. So yesterday we did the where is it? We did this build a technical documentation page, and came out okay. It's not a technical documentation page. I just used it to do a little about me because that's what I already had a lot of content for. I didn't want to really go cutting and pasting and making decisions or anything like that. I just wanted to focus on the styling, so just brought in a bunch of stuff from my Twitch channel and styled that up. So I think it came out okay. I'm not entirely thrilled with it, but it's okay. It's not terrible. It's not a terrible layout, but could be better. This is the mobile view, so if you view on a smartphone, that's what it would look like. And then if you had a screen big enough, so we set the min width to 1024 pixels, we would put the links on the side here, or the document structure on the side here. And this is a little bit misleading because I did a full screen screenshot, so it scanned down all the way. But we have this right border there. I should have done the border differently for that one. No, you know what, that one's fine. I should have done it the same way, but that's okay. Yeah, so we stream info, schedule, traffic light, shout out, specs, all the information I want to share with viewers. So that was a challenge. I'm not entirely sure that was the best choice for fixing the left sidebar there. What I ended up doing was having to use the fixed positioning, and that what that does, though, that takes it out of the document flow. So then I can't put padding. So what I should do, like what I wanted to do was have, did I have to like put content in there and then put a big like padding or something? Is that what I needed to do? I think I might have needed to do that. That may be something I should have thought about. So if I did, if I put the navigation bar there and then I did some navigation selector with the after pseudo element, adding content there, and then making the width a certain size. Yeah, and I'm not sure how we make it respond to the size of the content. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I think that what we're going to be learning is grid layout, and I think grid layout would probably make more sense, would it not, if we did putting these things, putting grid layout, putting the left sidebar there in a grid layout with the center one being different grid column. Yeah, I think that might have been the better way to go with it. I'm not sure. So I just wasn't able to get like a very similar looking setup with this. They have these like borders on the bottom, top and bottom borders, maybe just bottom borders. In between each element, and that goes to each thing. I think maybe they did a div for each element, maybe, and then positioned it that way. I'm not sure, but yeah, this is what we had with a minimal solution, minimal passing solution past the auto grader with having this. Which I think I just used Flex for that, so they were happy with just using Flex to position side by side. But in any event, we are on for day 23. We're going to set the Pomodoro timer here for 24 minutes. And we do 10 of these pomodoros with a small break in between, except after the 5th one, where we will do a 40-minute break for lunch. Let's hop over to the responsive web design quiz. We need to get 18 out of 20 of these correct in order to pass this test. So let's reason our way through this. What are breakpoints in responsive web design? Specific points used to determine how a tabular layout will behave on page. No, specific points used to set the columns and rows for a grid or flex layout. That doesn't sound right. Specific points in a design where the layout and content adjust to accommodate different screen sizes. That sounds right. Which of the following is not a breakpoint used for smaller devices? Well, 960 is a larger one, right? So that has to be for smaller devices, I guess. I'm not sure. I think that would be all right. Okay, so what is the main purpose of using media queries in responsive web design? You want to apply different styles based on the screen size or the device type. I have to say that is a remarkable abstraction that they did to make it so much easier to work with different screen sizes. Which media feature in a media query checks the width of the browser window? Min width? They're calling this a media feature. Okay. What will the following code do? So it will apply this styles that are 768 pixels and wider. What does mobile first design emphasize? Designing for mobile devices built by Apple only? designing for smaller screens and scaling up for larger devices. Which media query will apply styles when the device's width is between 600 pixels and 1200 pixels? That one seems like the only one that has a bound on both sides there. Which of the following is not a valid media type? I think poster. We have screen, and we have print. I don't think we have poster. Which of the following media types is intended for paged material and documents viewed on a screen in print preview mode? Gotta be print, right? What does the aspect ratio do in media queries? I think it describes the width, the ratio between the width and the height of the viewport. Which of the following is used to indicate whether the device is in landscape or portrait orientation? I think it's just orientation. Which of the following is commonly used to target screens and larger? Commonly used to target screens and larger, not 14. 14,000 is way out. 140 is too small. 14,000. 140,000? I guess 1,400 is a way to go. Which of the following is used to detect if the user has requested a light or dark color theme? Prefers color scheme. Which of the following is used to test whether the primary input mechanism can hover over elements? Hover. Which of the following is not a type of logical operator you can use with media queries? Except. Or only. Huh. I don't know. And did not make sense, except and only, I don't know. Only is the only one that kind of makes sense as a, the only one out of the two that kind of makes sense. As a logical thing, if that rule is, yeah, only, I don't know. Which of the following breakpoints is commonly used for tablets in responsive web design? I think we said 768. Could be wrong on that. Which of the following is the correct way to apply the aspect ratio in a media query? Use the division. Use the slash. Which CSS query or property is used to create a layout that adjusts based on screen size without media queries? So flex will work. Which of the following can be used to target landscape screens 768 pixels and larger? Let's see. Okay, so we need min width and landscape orientation set the landscape. There we go. What is the default media type if no media type is selected? I think it's all. And we're going to finish this. I think I might have gotten one wrong. No, we got them all right. Okay, so it is except is the one that is ruled out there. Don't know what only is. What is only as a media query? Logical only in CSS right here. The only keyword. How do you use only? To prevent older browsers from applying the styles without evaluating the media. Feature expressions, but has no effect in modern browsers. You can see only screen or only print. So I guess that's like if it's explicitly known as being a screen or print, which would be a newer thing. Okay. Oh, so they wouldn't be able to use the logical thing. Older browsers would interpret the query screen as screen, ignoring the remainder of the query, applying its styles on the screens. It's weird. Oh, I'm tired. I am tired. Okay, so we're done with the quiz here. We'll move on and take a look at our notes. I guess we didn't really take any notes, but we did. Yeah, I guess we just didn't take any notes. There's nothing to review there. We can mark off that we did the responsive web design, and actually we can mark off that module now. Because we have completed it and we did the attribute selectors quiz, we can mark off that module. And so we are done with that. We're on to variables. We'll have a review tomorrow or on Thursday and a quiz on Friday. For variables, but we gotta get started on variables here. Lots of how many modules were in this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 so far. Whew, lots of stuff. And then so next week we'll be doing our exam. we'll have our HTML review. Yeah, we are closing in on the certification, which will be nice. And I don't know if there's any like projects that I really want to apply any of the knowledge to, but I do want to make some new branding logos and stuff to generalize for my Twitch channel. Yeah, I have to do some design on that. But we're going to start with working with CSS variables here. We have a little, oopsie, I didn't want to save that. I wanted to copy. Copy that, copy that. There you go. Share it with the chat. There you go. What are CSS properties and how do they work? What are the CSS custom properties? So CSS custom properties, also known as CSS variables, are entities not found in the back rooms, defined by CSS authors that contain specific values to be reused throughout a document. They are a powerful feature that allows for more efficient, maintainable, and flexible style sheets. The syntax for declaring a custom property is straightforward. It begins with 2 dashes, followed by the property name. Sir, you can do a main color, and you can give it a hex code there. You could also give a RGB code, I think, as well. In this example, we're declaring a custom property named main color with a value of hash 34 and 98 dB. The root pseudoclass is commonly used to declare global custom properties, as it represents the highest level parent in the DOM tree. Highest level parent in the DOM tree, that's right, and it's usually HTML. To use a custom property, you employ the var function. And we have the main color and the background. Variable is main color. So we've been doing this in our own stuff there. So that sets the background color of elements with the class button to the value stored in dash dash main dash color. One of the key features of custom properties is that they follow the CSS cascade. This means that you can redefine them for specific elements or contexts. Alert. Main color is E7 4C 3C. And then you can change the background color that way, obviously. In this case, elements with the class alert will use a different main color value, overriding the global definition. Custom properties also support fallback values. If a custom property is not defined or is invalid, you can provide a fallback value. This is some text. So that's interesting. I didn't know you could have fallback values of the variable custom properties. If it's not defined or invalid, you can fall back to something else. That's nice. If text color is not defined, the color will default to green. Custom properties are particularly useful in creating themable designs. You can define a set of properties for different themes. Yo. Coffee time. So you have background color black, then you have background color for the body there, and then you can have light theme. You can control something with classes. There you go. And then so, yeah. Hmm. Custom properties can also be used with media queries to create responsive designs. Resize the window. I can't. Like, what do you want me to do? See the card adapt? Yeah, it's adapting, but what do you mean? Like, to what? It's not going to change the color or anything, right? It's supposed to, but okay. What if I zoom into there? Does it change? There it is. Now the color's different. Farfarla. Okay, that's wrong. Where do we go? There it is. Okay, and then zoom in. And getting all lost all over this place. Okay. Okay, so zoom back out. So they're setting card width, card background, card padding in a media query for the root. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't know you could do that. So you set the root for that, and then you just handle everything there. That's an interesting way to go to handle that. Okay. Problem with this is that you don't necessarily see how this is affected based on the screen size, right? You don't see really how the card is. You have to scroll back up to the top to understand that these things change based on the size. Okay. So this approach allows for more maintainable, responsive layouts as you can change values in one place rather than throughout your style sheet. This can significantly reduce repetition in your style sheets, especially for frequently used complex values. Custom properties can also reference other custom properties. So you have a button background that's calling the variable primary color, but then we're calling button background. Okay, I don't see why that would be there. So that allows for creating relationships between different style aspects, making it easier to maintain consistent themes across your site. While custom properties offer many advantages, it's important to be aware of their browser support. They are well supported in modern browsers, but older browsers may not recognize them. Always have a fallback plan when using cutting-edge features. In conclusion, CSS custom properties provide a powerful way to create more dynamic, flexible, and maintainable style sheets. They allow for the creation of themable designs, simplify responsive layouts, and enable runtime manipulation of styles. As web development continues to evolve, custom properties are becoming an increasingly important tool in a developer's toolkit, offering new possibilities for creating adaptable and efficient CSS. What is the correct syntax for declaring a CSS custom property? Do that. Variable. There we go. What is something you should be aware of when using CSS custom properties? Can lead to faster page speeds? No. Might not be supported by older browsers. Okay. And the property rule and how does it work with fallbacks? Okay. All right, so we're gonna go on break in a minute. So I'm just gonna take a second to look over what we've got ahead. Property rule. So we've got grid on Thursday. Friday is going to be the product landing page. Create animations in CSS on that Monday, next Monday. Tuesday's nothing but HTML review. Thursday's nothing but CSS review. And then we attempt to get certified for this his course with the exam. And that's it. We got one more certification project, and that's it for this module, or for this course. I would like to work through this entire book here, or this, well, I'd like to work through that responsive web design book, finish that up, and do as many of these books that I can, and we'll do that over at Twitch when I come back from break in July. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. Okay, so let's take a look at what the property rule is and how it works with fallbacks. I don't think I've worked with this that much, so this should be interesting. The property rule is a powerful CSS feature that allows developers to define custom properties with greater control over their behavior, including how they animate and their initial values. So basic syntax, so I should take a note of this, I think, since this is new to me. So you have a property name. We have a syntax, oops. Syntax type inherits through false. Initial value is going to be a value. Okay. What does that mean? So the property name is the name of the custom property you're defining. Like all custom properties, it must start with 2 dashes. Okay, nice, interesting. Syntax defines the type of the property, which can be things like color, length, number, percentage, or more complex types. Okay, so you give it some type constraint here. Inherits specifies whether the property should inherit its value from its parent element. Initial value sets the default value of the property. Here's a practical example of using the property rule. Main color. You set the syntax as a color. It's going to inherit. It's not going to inherit from parent element. And then the initial value is going to be that. And then so we can give the button a main color. Interesting. Okay. In this example, we're defining a custom property main color as a color value, setting it to inherit, to not inherit, and giving it an initial value of 3498 dB. One of the key benefits of the property rule is that allows for animation of custom properties, which wasn't possible before. So gradient angle, you can set a gradient angle, okay. Okay, that's pretty nifty. And then rotate it. Syntax is angle, inherits is false. Initial value of 0. And so then you can transition through a gradient angle. That's cool. Okay. So the code above creates a gradient that smoothly animates when the element is hovered over something that wasn't achievable with standard custom properties. So now let's discuss. So why wasn't it available through there? Background variable gradient angle. Oh, right, because yeah. Gotcha, because it's not really a property that you can control there. You can only really do it with properties, not something that is a value that gets passed into a, linear gradient function. But now you can do it with that. That's pretty nifty. Fallbacks are crucial in CSS to ensure that styles degrade gracefully in browsers that don't support certain features. With the @ property, fallbacks work on two levels: for the rule itself and for the use of the custom property. For browsers that don't support the property rule, you can provide a fallback by declaring the custom property in a traditional way. Okay, so what are they talking about here? You have this custom property named main color. Syntax is that it's a color. It's not going to inherit, and it's the same initial value that we had before, and then the background is there. But then what's the point of this then? In this case, browsers that support property will use the more strictly defined version, while others will fall back to the standard custom property. Okay. When using the custom property, you can provide a fallback value using the var function, just as you would with standard custom properties. Okay. Interesting. Ensures that ensures that even if the main property is not defined or is invalid, the button will still have a background color. The property rule also allows for more complex fallback scenarios. For instance, you can use it to provide type-safe fallbacks. So here we're setting a property called padding as using length units, and it's not inheriting from the parent, and the initial value is going to be 10 pixels. We have this box with width and height of 100 pixels. Background color is dark red, and the color of the text is white. We're applying the padding based on this variable. And then so what are we doing here? If someone tries to set padding to an invalid color value like color, the browser will fall back to the initial value of 10 pixels. So the CSS property is considered widely available across all major modern browsers since early 2024. If you want to support earlier browsers, you need to provide fallback CSS as explained above. In conclusion, the property rule represents a significant advancement in how we work with custom properties in CSS. It provides more control and enables new possibilities like animation of custom properties. However, it's important to use it judiciously and always provide appropriate fallbacks to ensure a good experience across all browsers. As with any cutting-edge web technology, the key is to enhance the experience for browsers that support it, while ensuring basic functionality for those that don't. What is the primary purpose of property rule in CSS? Create new CSS properties. Define and control the behavior of custom properties. Replace standard views? I don't understand. Define and control the behavior. It's more that to create new CSS properties, right? Which of the following is not a valid descriptor in the app property? Animation. How can you provide a fallback to browsers that don't support the property rule? Use the standard method there. So they did mean that to define and control the behavior of custom properties is what that is, right? Think about how property relates to custom CSS properties. I don't know. Right. It goes beyond just the normal. So done with that portion. I'm going to build a City Skyline next. What I'm going to do is to set the number of steps, which we have 115 of. And we will show our progress bar here. Should change to this this window in a minute. Preview of what we will build is here, like this linear gradient that we have showing the moon glow. That's pretty cool. And we're going to build some buildings here, I guess. Fair enough. Okay. Zoom out a little bit. Let's go down to there. We're going to put the preview to the side. And we'll see if this works out well here. So the first thing we're going to do is to link our style sheet. So we'll add a link rel style sheet. href dot styles. Save that. Move along to the next step. Step number 2. In CSS, you can target everything with an asterisk. Add a border to everything by using the star selector and by giving it a border of 1 pixel solid black. Okay. Everything gets a border is kind of hard to see. It's a trick that will help visualize where elements are and their size. Maybe you want to give it a different color than black. Add a box sizing of border box to everything. This will make it so the border you added doesn't add any size to the elements. You can see the body. It's the innermost box of the page. Box around it is the HTML element. We're going to make our body fill the whole viewport by giving it a height of 100 VH. And so there we go. So I'll show the background of white there just to show there. 100% the viewport height, which actually goes beyond the scrollable region. So without the height set, we have that, and then with that set, it expands outward to there. So we're going to remove the default margin from body as well. So we're going to do margin 0, and now it's fully at the edge there. Then we're going to set the overflow property to hidden. Now we're going to come back. We're going to create a div element in the body of our HTML. And we're going to give it a class of background dash buildings. We're going to style this a little bit here. Background buildings, element a width and height. We're going to give a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Now we're going to nest a div with class bb1. We're going to open the style CSS and we're going to give the bb1 class a width of 10% and a height of 70%. BB stands for background building. Okay. And so we're going to nest our next 4 div elements. In here, we're going to give them all classes of like bb1a, bb1b. And so we'll just copy and replace that. Okay. I'm going to give the parts of our building width and height properties with these values. So, okay, so bb1a is going to get a width of 70% and a height of 10%. Oops, rather than, actually, let's go up here. So bb1b is going to be 80 by 10. And then the other one's going to be 90 by 10. The other one's 70 by 10. So, or 100 by 70. Go. Go. These percentages are relevant to the relative to the parent, and the heights will add up to 100% for vertically filling the container. The heights, yeah, the heights do, but they're not actually filling the body though. It's weird. Is this oh, I can zoom in, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah. Zooming doesn't do anything. That's so funny. Okay, whatever. And we'll move on to step 10, and we're going to center the parts of our building by turning the bb1 element into a flexbox parent. So, display flex. That organizes them. Upside down is them. Flex direction is going to be align items. That didn't really do anything. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Column. align elements in the center. That's our first building. Gotcha. Okay. Now it's something that is resembling a building. We are ready to create our first variable. And in the previous lessons, we learned that variable declarations begin with 2 dashes and are given a name. So in the BB1 class, we're going to give a variable building color 1, and we're just going to give it a gray color. And then I guess, are we applying it yet? Not yet. We're going to apply it to certain elements. To use the variable, we're going to put the variable name in var and parentheses, of course. So we're going to add the variable building color 1 to the BBA class here. Background color is going to be building color 1. There we go. We can move this up actually to there. Nice. And then we're going to create another building color. Okay, so now we're going to just apply the same thing. Okay, there we go. I'm going to change the value of a variable to #999AA80FF. You can see how it gets applied everywhere you use the variable. Okay. This is the main advantage of using that. No, we're going to change it back though, because they don't want us to have any fun. First building looks pretty good now. Okay, cool. Nice. I'm happy. All right, now we're going to nest 3 div elements in the background. Give them classes of BB2, BB3, BB4. Okay, right, and we're going to do the same thing. Okay, going to give buildings property width and height, so 10% for the first one, 50% for that second one, 50% for the height. Okay. 10% at 55. %, and 58%. Okay. Gotta organize these things though. The buildings are currently stacked on top of each other. Align the buildings by turning the background buildings element into a flex box. Parent. There we go. And we're going to use align items. Justify content. There we go. You know what? We will. Hang on a second. Let's finish this up. Justify content is going to be spaced evenly. Of course. Okay, there we go. And we'll be back in a few. Okay, continuing on here. Let's see. We're on step 18. Out of 115. I gotta take it easy, man. Like, I'm feeling the pinch of like just trying to get things done and just like driving my anxiety. Like, just relax and take it easy, take it slow, take it, one step at a time. Need to use my own advice. Heed my own advice. Which is to does that always show up there? Okay, right. Never mind. Okay. Take it one step at a time. We're not going to get everything done. But we have plenty of time today to get this one little piece done, right? That's all I have to do. Okay, so the buildings are too spaced out. We want to squeeze them together by adding 2 empty divs. It's weird. 2 empty divs. Okay. It should move over automatically. Okay, there we go. 2 empty div elements to the bottom. Or to the top of the background buildings. To the bottom. And then one more in between 3 and 4. It's like that. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Should set spacing automatically. Or not automatically, but could set manually. The opposite of automatically. Create a new variable inside of... Okay, yeah, so we're just going to call it building color 2. We're going to do 66 CC99, which is a lighter shade there. Set it as a background color for BB2. Okay, and we're just doing it for the entire thing. Did I not set it right? What are you talking about? Name your new variable building color 2. Create a new variable below your... Yeah, so it is below that. But it's not within the scope of this. Okay. What do you mean? Within the BB1 class? Right, but that won't work. Right, okay, so that's what they're saying. Why don't you say that it's not gonna work? It's fucking confusing as shit when you do that shit. What the hell, man? Oh god, that didn't work. So you should have to fall back to the variable by putting it as a second value. Where you use the fallback. Okay, wait. Fallback value of green. Okay, whatever. Oh boy. What's going on in World Cup today? Who's playing? Who is playing today? Let's see. I should check that out. Who's playing in World Cup today? I watched the Iran match yesterday with the with New Zealand, and that was a hard fought match by both teams. They were getting really into it. Iran really started flopping all over the place in the beginning, but the ref was just like not having any of it. And then a couple of them got pretty hurt. I mean, one guy got he got his knee planted into his own eyebrow, and oh gosh, that can damage. That can do a lot of damage. But you looked. I guess he was okay. But then later he did it. Was going for a header and headed the New Zealand player in the head as well, so they went head to head. And yeah, concussions all around. Concussions for you, concussions for me. Let's see, can I shrink this so that it shows up here? Okay, there we go. All right, so who's playing today? Today is Tuesday. These times are off because it's my browser here is set to UTC 0. So this is going to be off for me. France and Senegal. Oh gosh, wait a minute. That's at 12. Oh no, I'm going to miss it. Oh gosh, they're going to rout them though. I think France is probably going to... Although Senegal, I think, isn't a... They've made a couple World Cups. I don't think they're going to be pushovers, but they are severe underdogs, I'm sure. 3 goals by France could very well happen. With like 3-1 could be the score. Iraq and Norway, that should be a nice match. Argentina and Algeria later on tonight. Argentina is going to probably rout Algeria. Okay, maybe I'll watch some of that later. Been watching it on Peacock, which is it's in Spanish. It's the Telemundo, whatchamacallit. Marcelo Hernandez's uncle or something, whatever his relation is to them, to the owner of Telemundo. But we're getting off track here. Let's get back. So create a new variable below the other ones. Okay, this is kind of ridiculous. We know it's not going to work. You know that the scope is off. Okay. And we're going to go down here. We're going to try to use it on whatchamacallit. So we'll just copy from here. We'll put this down here. We'll say color of 3, but a background color of pink. It's going to take pink because the scope is wrong. It didn't work because the variables you declared in BB1 do not cascade to BB2 and BB3 sibling elements. That's because that's how CSS works, of course. Because of this, variables are often declared in the root selector. This is the highest level selector in CSS. Putting your variables there will make them usable everywhere. So we're going to add the root selector and move everything to the top there. And we'll just go ahead and move everything up there. So move these all the way up to the top here, right there. And now everything works. Now that you've got the bugs worked out, the buildings are the right colors, you can remove the fallback values in the 2 places they were used. Go ahead and do that now. But why would you do that? Is it just for testing that you're using this for? I don't like that. I don't like adding stuff to delete it just for the sake of it. It's like you knew that was going to happen. Like, I guess that's one debugging technique, but come on. Best debugging technique is knowledge. Is knowing that that's going to break. Knowing that it's not going to work. And why is the best debugging technique. Creating another variable named building color 4 and giving it a value of 538 cc. $538 cc6. And then we're going to... Okay. Well, I mean, you didn't say to put it there, did you? Use it to fill in the last value. Okay. Where the hell are we? Okay, interesting. Background buildings are starting to look pretty good. Yeah, look at them. They look nice. They're columns. Look at this column chart. We can create a new div below the background buildings element and give it a class of foreground buildings. So we'll add another container for even more buildings. Darby for 4 buildings. Container to sit directly on top of the background buildings element. We're going to give it a width and a height. 100%. This time, we're going to set the position to absolute. And we're going to set the top to 0. There we go. And that will make the same size as the body and move the start of it to the top left corner. And so we're not going to be pushing anything around with our thing here. We also should set the Z index to be higher, shouldn't we? I know it will just end up that way since we're at the bottom here with the structure, but we should probably explicitly show that in whatchamacallit. Okay, inside of here, we're going to create a couple other class divs with the class FB1 through FB6. So we're just going to copy this. Okay. Make those divs. I can make speed divs. Okay, we're going to give 6 new elements, which are FB1. We're going to give a width of 10%, height of 60. And we're just going to copy that 5 times and get that up there. Let's go. 10 and 40. Okay. And then the other one is... oh, that was weird, actually. Yeah, that was weird. Okay, wait a minute. So that goes 100. And we can do 10 and 35. Okay, and then FB3 is gonna be 8 or 10 and wait, 10 and 30. Oh wait, because I didn't set this. Hang on a second. 4 is gonna be 8 and 45. And FB4 do insert to 5. No, that doesn't work. I can't just like the insert thing doesn't work. That sucks. Alright, whatever. 10 and 33. We're escaping the page here as well. 9 and 38, so we can't even see the elements. There we go. We entered that data correctly, so we get to pass and we get to move on. We're going to add the same display, align items, justify content, and other properties that we use on background buildings. Where is my foreground buildings? There we go. Nice. Should optimize our code. We're going to move the position and top properties from foreground buildings to background buildings. Okay. That puts them in the foreground. Move the position and top values and to the, from, yeah, I did that. Then select both of them. In foreground, they're effectively applying styles to both of the elements. So we can get rid of this. Should not remove it. Add the position property, position absolute to background buildings, foreground buildings. Okay, and now I'll delete it, I guess. Right, step number 31. Now that we did that, we can delete the old one. Of course, that's what I was trying to do. One step ahead of you. Dang it. We were right there. The skyline is coming together. We're going to fill in the background color property of the foreground buildings. So we're going to use our building one color to fill F3 and F4. Okay. And then for building 5, we're going to have a color of 3 or 2 for that one. And for building 2, we'll have number 3. Oh, we should put these like that, right? There we go. And building color 3 for there, and 4 for the first one. There we go. Okay. Interesting. We're going to squeeze the buildings together again by adding 2 div elements. Within both the top and bottom, and 1 more in between 2 and 3. Okay. I'm going to move the position of FB4 relative to where it is now by adding a position of relative and left. Relative and left. So position would be relative. Okay, that doesn't do anything yet because it still stays in place, but we're going to set the left to 10%. What does that change? All right, so you see that purple building moving back and forth there. There it goes. We're going to do the same for FB5, but instead of right, we're going to do left, or left, we're going to do right. Here we go. Well, that's interesting looking, isn't it? We got one on top of the other. Code is starting to get quite long. Add a comment above the FB class that says foreground buildings. And we want it to say FB stands for foreground building. Okay. And so actually we'll just move this down here. We'll say background buildings, BB. There we go. Create a new variable in root called window color. Windows, we're gonna have windows. All right. Speaking of windows, I have a new computer that is running KDE Plasma, which is a replacement for Windows. Build it on top of Ubuntu. Linux, baby. Let's do Linux. Fuck Windows. Okay, let's get back to this building. We're building back 1A. In a previous module, we learned that gradients in CSS are a way to transition between colors across the distance of an element. They are applied to the background property, and the syntax looks like this here. Gradient type color 1, color 2. In the example, color 1 is solid at the top. Color 2 is solid at the bottom. And in between, it transitions evenly from one to the next. In BB1A, we're going to add a background property below the background color. Okay. And what are we going to do with it? What are we going to do? We're going to set it as a linear gradient type. Yes, and then what? And then what? Building color 1. And then what? I use this building color 1 as the first, and then window color 2? Window color 1. Oh, but why? But why? Okay, but that doesn't do anything. Background linear gradient. Oh, because I didn't. Of course, you have to use that. There we go. Wait a minute. Okay, so that's just on this one. Okay. Wait, why didn't it work? Fill color 1. Oh, building color 1. Why did I say build? There it goes. Okay. That's pretty cool. Shouldn't it go the other way? You want to add the same gradient to the next two sections. Instead of doing that, create a new class selector called BB. But we don't have that. We don't have that set up yet. We don't have that set up yet, so I don't know what we're doing here. Oops. We want to move all that there. Oh, height. We want to move the height to there as well. Okay. All right. So TV1 window. So for just the first 3. Okay. There we go. I don't like the way that looks. It looks kind of dumb. You don't need the height or background properties in BB1A. B or C, so we can get rid of them. Okay. The height properties as well, right? So we don't need the height property. There we go. Okay. Gradients can use as many colors as we like, so for this one, we're going to add a linear gradient for a background. Background color. Not background color, background. Background. Linear gradient. Var of orange for the first one. Orange. Orange. Why are you saying variant orange, though? Variable. Oh, because I don't have to do it like that. What am I doing? I'm not being smart here. Okay, so the second one is building color 1. And then variant window color, variable window color 1. Okay. We are making very pretty looking buildings here. Just random colors, just splatter random colors all over, very random pastels, just strewn across the skyline. So it's a little hidden behind the foreground buildings, but you can see the 3-color gradient there since you are using that now. Remove the background color. All coding is recoding. You can specify where you want a gradient transition to complete by adding it to the color like this. Gradient type, color 1, color 2, color 3. Okay. With so 20% at the 20. So we want the first one to be 0%. Wait, so we don't want to do it. We want 80% on the second one there. Is that what we want? Okay, that's what we want. Now we're going to remove the orange, because why have orange? Why have a nice thing? And change the gradient from that to, but that's the same fucking thing. That doesn't do anything. So we'll make solid for the top half and transition to that. Yes, but you don't need the 50% then if you do it that way. Although actually, no, that's wrong. 50% is the stop, so it will be, yeah, the same color for all the way up to the top. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, whatever. All right. What we want to add 2 divs within BB2. Okay. Well, BB2A. And we'll have 2 other sections for the building inside of this other thing. So I'm going to build on top of that. We're going to give this BB2B a width of 100% and a height of 100%. You will add something on top later. Okay. We're going to create a new variable in the root called window color 2. 8 CD9B3. It's a little seafoam green thing there. Gradient transitions often gradually change from one color to another. When a more abrupt change is required, the transition can be made with a hard stop. Okay. Well, same thing we did before. We're going to add a linear gradient to the background. And so we're going to use building color 2 for the first one from 0 to 6%. Okay. And what is that doing for the BB2? I don't see anything because I don't think it's giving it like any real height or anything here. Height is 100%, but there's nothing showing up here. And for the second one, we're going to do or window color 2. %. Oh wait, no, we just wanted to go from 6 to 9%. And then that just does the bottom. Okay. Oh, I see. It's just sitting on top of that one building. So if we got rid of this, what happens? Just goes down from there? That's weird. Okay, whatever. You can see the hard color change at the top of the section change the gradient type from linear gradient to repeating linear gradient. So make the 4 colors of your gradient repeat until it gets to the bottom of the element, giving you some stripes, saving you from having to add a bunch of elements to create them. Aha. Okay, I did not know you could do that. Now you gave it some stripes. It has earned its stripes. In the next few steps, we're going to use some tricks with CSS borders to turn the BB2A section into a triangle at the top of the building. First, we're going to remove the background color from BB2. Next, we're halfway there. Well, not quite. We're almost halfway there. We're going to create something for BB2A, and what we're going to do, let's do margin auto. I don't know what that did. I don't think it had much of an effect here, but that's probably has to do with resizing and stuff. Oh, okay, I see, because there's margin centering at the top there. We'll give a height of 5. So we have this little box thing here, so you can see this more clearly, that we're centering that element on top there. Border top, 1 VW solid, and I don't know what this is saying, so let's expand this just a little bit here. Okay, and we just want a black color for the border top. On the border bottom, we're going to give it a 1 view width unit, black on the top or on the bottom. Border left is going to be 1 VW solid 999, and we can just go and copy that and just change this to right. Oh, interesting. Kind of looks like a little square there. You're going to use that bottom border as the top of the building. So this is the inset. This is because we're using the border box or something like that, right? If we weren't using the border box, it would be looking different. Okay. Next, we're going to remove the width and height from BB2A. Change the border left and border right to use 5. There we go. Okay. Why are we doing that? And we're going to set this to transparent. Any transparents out there? Remove the margin and border top. Okay. And we make a little triangle on the top. I see. Finally, in the border bottom property, BB2A, change the 1 VW to 5, the viewport height. Okay. There you go. Now our building looks good. You can comment out or remove the border property. You add it to everything. Okay, we want the border bottom to have a building color 2. There we go. All right, on to the next building. Create a new variable called window color 3. Oops. We're going to give that a color D9 8CB3. Okay. There we go. So far, all of the gradients we created have gone from top to bottom. That's the default direction. And specify another direction by adding it before your colors, like that. Done that before. We're going to fill in BB3 with a repeating linear gradient. And we're going to use 90 degrees for the direction. Something that goes from the left to the right, or yeah, I think it's left to right. I think it goes clockwise from the bottom. So we're going to use the building color 3 for this. Okay, I don't see anything really changing here. And then for the second one, for the first 2 colors, we're going to use var building color 3. And we're going to use var window color 3 at 15% for the third. When you don't specify a distance for the color, it will use the values that make sense. In this case, the first 2 colors will be default to 0% and 7.5% because it starts there. So I think that's it. That's what it is. There it is. Okay, very striped building. Okay. Striped building. I'm going to remove the background property because we can. Background color, I mean. The next building will have 3 sections. The next building will have 3 sections for BB4. Okay. You didn't give anything to BB3? Here. Are these Clark's buildings from the back rooms? He's an architect, you know. We're going to give these new div elements width and height values. BB4A is going to get a width of 3% and a height of 10%. And then the C or B is going to get 80%. 5%. C is going to get 185%. Okay, we gotta center these things though. So inside of BB4, we're going to remove the background color. And we're going to add Oops. Add it to the 3 new sections. Okay, well, kind of works. It's got a little spire there. Look at that. Rather nifty. It's a rather nifty spire. We're just working on the background buildings. This is only the background buildings. We gotta get those foreground buildings up there. There's so many background buildings, back room buildings. So we want BB4 to share the properties of BB1. Let's center the sections. Instead of duplicating that code, we're going to create a new class above the background building comment called building wrap. Just going to leave it empty for now. Okay. So building wrap, so we're going to move the display, flex, direction, and align items properties from BB1. Okay. Didn't seem to do much though, did it? Then we're going to add building wrap to each of these. So what I'll do, BB1 through BB4, I'll just select all these while clicking while holding Alt. We'll add the class building wrap. And you can see that this worked for all of these elements now. Now we are going to create a new variable called window color 4. 8CB3D9. Puce. No, that's not puce. What is that? Might be puce or something. Right in the pucey. Next, we're going to nest 4 items, 4 elements within BB4C, BB4 window. BB4 window? Okay. BB. Now we're going to give the BB4 window class the Wando width of 18%, height of 90%. We're going to add a background color as the window color 4. There we go. All right, so the windows are stacked on top of one another. We're going to add a new class below the building wrap, and we're going to call this window wrap. We're going to make window wrap a flexbox container. We're going to use align items to justify content properties to center its child element. So center there, and then we can justify content in the center there. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Or space evenly we want to say for this. Okay. Hang on a second. What does that look like? Did that change anything? No. Well, we'll see. Hello, we are building a skyline. Bet you didn't think we were gonna do that, but we are. Add the new window wrap class to the BB4C element. Just up here? Are we doing it to every single... Okay, they said for the for just this thing. Okay. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, well that was nice. I just added some windows there. Window wrap. Looks good on the foreground buildings. Turn the FB1 building into 3 sections by nesting 3 new div elements inside. Gonna give them a class of FB1A, B, and C, and then just those 3. Those 3 ones. Now we are on step 71. We're going to give FB1B a width of 60%, a height of 10%. And we're going to give C... why aren't we doing anything with A? I'm very confused. A width of 100. And a height of 80. Okay, did that do anything? I don't know what we're doing here. We're adding new elements on top here. All right, so let's see. We're gonna add the building wrap class to the FB1 element to center the sections. Don't see what that did because I don't see any height for the elements. Oh, wait a minute. That we're working on the building to the left. I thought we were still working on the other one, but we have moved over to this one on the left. That's what's happening. Okay. We're gonna change the background color. We're gonna move that property from FB to FB1B. Okay. And now we're invisible. And now we're invisible. Don't worry about the space at the bottom. Everything will get moved down later when you add some height to the element at the top of the building. Okay. We're going to add a repeating linear gradient to FB1C. Okay, we want to give a 90-degree angle for that one. And what we want to do with this is give the first color a back building color 4. Okay, yes, that is the building color. From 0 to 10%. So from 0% to 10%. So we're going to copy this, copy that, copy this, 10%. And then we're going to go from 10% to whatchamacallit, wait, and let's hope transparent. %, and then transparent 15%. You can see right through the building. I don't know if that's what you want. Is that what you want? Okay. I think you're just doing this to see what the effect is here. So we can add multiple gradients to an element by separating them with a comment, or a comma, of course. Okay. And we're going to add another repeating linear gradient here. And we're going to use our building color 4. You know what? Let's just copy this fucking thing. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. We're just going to take this and we're going to copy it. And hold on. Why is it doing it like that? Because we have... I see. Okay, so we will do it like that, and then we'll do this. There we go. But we're using building color 4. And then window color for the remainder. Okay, so from there to %, to 90, and then so we'll use window color. Okay. I don't see what happened there. Did we do this correctly? Yeah, it's just not showing up. Okay. I don't know if we did it correctly. I don't know what the difference is. What did I do wrong? We did 10%, we did 90%, we did from 0 to 10%. Yeah, I thought I did it right. I don't know why it wasn't showing up. It's so weird. We're going to use some more border tricks from the top section. We're going to add a border bottom to FB1A. We got 7 viewport height units there, and then building color 4. Is that what we're doing? Cool, a little spire there at the top. That puts a 7 VH height border on the bottom, but since the element has a 0 size, it only shows up as a 2 pixel wide line from the 1 pixel border that is on all the elements. Okay. When you increase the size of the left and right borders, the border on the bottom will expand to be the width of the combined left and right border widths. Okay, increase the size, the left and right borders, right? The border on the bottom will expand to be the width of the combined light, right? That's because of the box sizing or something. So what we're going to do is add a border left with 2VW solid transparent. And then we're going to copy that for the right and make a little triangle bit there. Okay. On to the next building, we're going to nest two div elements inside of FB2. And we're going to give them classes of FB2A and FB2B in that order. Okay. Got a lot of buildings to make here. I'm going to give FB2A width of 100% and no height. And FB2B width of 100 but a height of 75%. Okay. Get some scaffolding there. So inside of FB2 we're going to add a bunch of divs here, and this is going to be a class of FB2B window. Oops, FB2 window, okay. Okay, there we go. We're gonna add window wrap to the FB2, oh, for this one, yes, window wrap for that, okay. And you can see the tiny little window, actually you can't see that right there, because my head's in the way. There it is. The little dots there. Little dots. Little dots is. Little dotsons. Little dots. We're going to give the FB2 window elements width of 22% and a height of 100%. And a background color. I have no idea why we're doing any of this. I'm just very... I don't know. This one just doesn't appeal to me. Like, I don't really understand the point. Yeah. I can't see the trees for the forest here. Can't see the city for the skyline here. Background color, property, we're gonna, from FB2 to FB2B. Okay. Got something on the bottom there. I'm gonna add FB2A. It's gonna have a border bottom. That's what's like kind of wrong with like this, like, I don't know, like there's no motivation here. It's like, why are we doing this? Why are we adding stuff like this? It's not like, it's just here, do a bunch of stuff. I'm not a fan of this one tutorial. Just not. I don't know what I'm learning here. Just the syntax, it's just getting like used to the syntax here. Building color 3. Border bottom and then border left is gonna be 1VW solid transparent, and then we're gonna copy that for the right here as well, and we make a little trapezoid. Make a little trapezoid. For the next building, we're gonna do 4 div elements with classes of FB3A, B, and then A again. Interesting. So just alternating A, B, A, B. Okay. And let's see what we got here. Give the FB3A element a width of 80%, height of 15%, and give the B elements width of 100 and 35. There we go. And that should add up to 100. There we go. We're going to remove the background property from FB3 and we're going to add them to here. So we'll just copy paste there. There we go. Going to add our building wrap class to the FB3 element. Building warp. There we go. That centers the items. I'm going to nest 3 new div items in the FB3A element. We're going to call them windows here. FB3 window. Okay, and then we're going to give the FB3 window elements a width of 25%, a height of 80%. And we're going to use the background color to be window color 1. Okay. That don't look great. But first, we're gonna center these. We're gonna give the window wrap. There they are. Those are the windows. Look at those. Those are windows. Oh, we got no games on those windows. With CSS variables, you can change values without searching everywhere in the style sheet. I'm gonna change this to EV99FF. Okay. Right. Okay. Only 3 more buildings to go. We're gonna nest 2. What was the point of that? Just to change that one color randomly. Okay, we could change the color of that. That's cool. Isn't that something we could do? Yes, I bet you didn't know that you could do that. 2 new div elements inside here. We're gonna give them a class of FB4A and FB4B. Naturally here, we're gonna give the 2, and then in that order, remember that you sort of flip the location, so it's the rightmost purple building we're looking at now. Okay, well, thanks for that location indicator. FB4B gonna have a width of 100%, a height of 89%. Just throwing out some random numbers here. And now it moves around a little bit. Add your building color 1 variable as value of the background color property to FB4B. Then remove background color from FB4. Oops. Why don't we just move it down here and then say is that just moving? It's just moving this thing. Okay. Next, nest 6 div elements inside of FB4B with a class of FB4 window, and we'll target that in a second. So we need 6 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Moving on. FB for window. Width of 30%, height of 10%. Border radius of 50%. We're gonna have some round windows here. Look at that. These will make the circular windows for the building, but the thing is, we need to center this, don't we? So we're gonna give it a margin. 10%. Why did that not work? Also add a margin to give this some space. Fill in the windows with the secondary color. For this building. Window color 4. Window color 1. Okay. Why are they not centered though? So the windows are stacked on top of each other of the rightmost purple building. Turn the building into a flex box parent. You mean the whole building? Okay. This building is going to have another triangle on top. So give the top section a border top. What are we doing? This building is going to have... What is the top section? I feel like we're getting worse and worse instruction as we go along. So it's the FB4A is what we're talking about here. The top section. Border top is going to be 5VH solid transparent. It's not that bad. Not that bad of instruction. It does make you think about what we're doing here a little bit. And then we'll use variable of building color variable, which was what? Building color 1. Okay. Okay, and then we're on to the next building. It's the green one in the background. Okay. We're gonna give it the linear gradient repeating. From 0 to... okay, so we can do this as this. So we can copy that. We can do this to 5%. We can go from 5% of the transparent to 10%. Okay. I'm going to add another repeating gradient to that. And we're going to give it a 90-degree. There we go. We're going to go from 0 to 12%. And then from 12% to 44%. And now we have windows. Look at that. Window color too. There we go. Wait a minute. Repeating. Should give the second repeating gradient the first color of building. Okay, and we're gonna have to take lunch here. So let's see, we've got this here, and that should be it. Okay, we're gonna finish up when I come back. So we've got just a few more steps left, and let's go fuel up and come back and finish this one up strong. Okay, I hope we had a good lunch. Just was watching some of the World Cup. France, Senegal. Senegal had a very good chance with a magnificent pass down the left wing. And I don't know who the player is, but he did he was well defended. The goalkeeper was on, but still got a quality shot off and nearly made a goal there. Banged it off the post though. So let's see. You don't need the background color anymore in the where now? In where? In here? In FB? Yeah, we don't need this now that we have the linear gradient, so we can move on from there. We're almost done with this this little what do you call this? This workshop here. Finally, we made it to the last building. Let's see what we can do here. We got to remove all that scaffolding too. So let's see. I'm going to add a repeating gradient to our background. We're going to start with, actually, let's go like this. We're going to start with a building color, just 3. And we're going to go from 0 to 10%. And we're going to go from transparent 10% to 30. Let's see the change. There it is. Okay. Oh, we need the 90-degree. That's what we need. Go that way. There we go. So we're going to add another repeating gradient to this building, making it the same as the one you just added, except don't add the 90-degree. And so it's just going to be hatched. Oh, okay, like that. Oh, but we want window color 3 instead of this. There we go. And moving along. I don't know why it's not moving over there when I'm over here. It's kind of weird. Okay. We'll remove the background color now. Okay, so the buildings are done. We can go back to the border selector and we can get rid of the border And there we go. That's all of our buildings. That's pretty neat looking, actually. I'm surprised that it came out that well. It's like a Futurama landscape here. We're going to add some sky to this as the second class to the background buildings. I'm going to make a background for the skyline? What are you talking about? Okay, but that's not... Those are background buildings. That's not the buildings themselves. Okay, we're going to add a sky class selector. And we're going to give a radial gradient to the background here. We're going to use the color FFCF. Oh, FFCF33. Oh boy, there we go. We're going to go from 0 to 20%. So we're going to copy this one. So let's go ahead and do this here. And then from 21%, FFFFF66, a little bit of yellow there. Oh, there's a sun in the background. Look at that. There's a sun back there. And then let's go with 21%. Then at 100%, so at the end there, you can just go for BBEEFF, which is like that. That's pretty cool. Now what? Move it around. At the top of the sky gradient color list, where you would put a direction for the gradient, add a circle closest. Corner at 15%, 15%. And there it is. And interesting that the circle closest corner at 15%. That's the size. That's so weird though. Is that the same size? Is that effect really happening here? No, there's got to be something else going on. Wait a minute. That is definitely larger on the screen. It was like that big. So yeah, that's okay. I thought the moon illusion was happening there. It would have been fun. Okay. So we made that little sun there. That's pretty cool looking. Shining sun in the background. And then so we're going to do a media query here. So based on media query, empty media query at the bottom with a, so for everything we're going to go max width. Oops. Max width 1,000 pixels. We're going to do something here. Styles added in here will take effect when the document is 1,000 pixels or less. Let's see. So if I zoom in, it might work. Okay. Copy and paste your whole sky class along with all of its properties and values. So here's the scroll all the way up here. Okay, where did we put that? All the way up here. Okay. So we're gonna make it different. It's gonna change from night to day. Okay, that's interesting. Let's move this all the way down. And This is taking a while. I should have just copied and pasted it. Moving it down here was not what I wanted. All right. In the sky class, in the background, we're going to change the FFF, CC, FCC, FFF. Okay, so then FFF. Oh, right. Okay. This one to 445. Then this one to 223. Okay. And if we zoom in here, it should change. There it goes. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So it's responsive to the day and the night. We can pop this out. So if I put this over here, we can see it change from day to night. What we could also do here is add a transition. I think maybe, is that what we're going to do here? It actually came out pretty nice. I'm very surprised here. At the root selector at the top of the media query, we're going to redefine our building color variables to use OOO. Okay, and see how that works. It's actually really neat. Okay, the night one looks much better than the daytime. I don't like that they shrink. Look at them shrink. Okay, and then the light comes on. Okay, so then what? What's the last thing to do here? And then change the window color. To a 777, so it's like a darkened window. Okay, there is some other things that we can do to this though. Okay, and that's what we started with. I see, so there's like it's being lit up from the bottom there. There's some funky stuff going on there with the repeating gradient. Okay. So that's that. I think what we could also do here, I don't know why it says we're only 99% of the way complete, because we didn't finish that thing. Okay, we did do that though. We did do that though. And then 36. We did do that one. We did it. Success. We'll go back here. Oh, you know what? Because we have to actually submit and continue. There we go. And then I can go back. And back. And now completed. Okay, so on this last one, I think what we could do here is... It's interesting that I can zoom in, but nothing changes. But I can resize the window. So it's unaffected by scaling. Unaffected by scaling. But resizing it's affected by. I wanted to put a transition between the sky, the top in there. So, transition background. So, sky. Do I put it in here? Does it work that way? No. So we can't do that? I don't know why we have the sky all the way up here. Yeah, how do you transition? Thing that moves. Okay, well, this is the thing that moves, right? Thing that moves. Transition left. It's left. Then left moves to 50. Background changes to there. So I think what we'd need to do is to change the gradient or something. Yes, I think that's what we do. So we can set a property. I think it's going to be... Shoot, what is it called again? Do you do property like this? And then you do... sky. Say skyline, I think, is what we'll say. And so, skyline gradient, right? So, the syntax is that it is a radial gradient or something like that. Can we do that? Or... So they're using the SCSS here. Include transition. I don't know, this is very complicated. Just want a simple example. So you do at property, can be anything, syntax. Star, can we do it like that? Initial value. So, okay. I think what I might have to do skyline start. color 1, skyline gradient color 1, and then like do this as a color. Initial value is that. And then I can do another one for color 2. And then we can do this one for color 3. And then what we can do is we do color 1, 20%. %, at 2, and then get rid of that one for 3. I think that might work. So then, thing that moves is this, right? Transition. Skyline. Gradient. Color 1. 1 second. Skyline. Gradient color 2. 1 second. And then skyline. Gradient color 3 for 1 second. It disappeared, but I think I know what we need to do. Okay, so we need to wrap all of these in var tags, of course. That doesn't work. Okay. Weird. So why doesn't that work? Yellow skyline. Gradient color. There it goes. Okay, so that works. And then does it work when we... So we need to change... What I need to do is just copy this whole thing. All right, we're going to copy this whole thing. We're going to paste this down here. And when I come back, we're going to test this out. Okay, so we're trying to figure this out. I just don't understand what I can do here. So I think what I want to do is to go back to the previous notes that we had here. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't work for this. Let's see. Hopefully it works. Oh, I left my water down there. Okay. Why don't I have an extra one? I opened up another copy of this. For some reason it's not letting me. Oh, because that's leading over. Can I open up a new one? I can't. Really? We used to be able to. Okay. What I'll do... We'll go to here. Hopefully I don't have to sign in. Ah, come on. Seriously. Actually, if I open it up in Firefox, we might be able to do something there. Nudie McNudie. Okay, so Firefox. Let's see if we have is it because I have that open? I don't understand this. This is so weird. Why can't I get another instance up? I just want to take a look at the curriculum here. So we have color of initial value. We have all that set up here, right? We have all this set up here. So I think what we wanted was to assign these properties in the root. Is that what we wanted? I mean, that's why it's not showing up here. So it should be at the right, whatchamacallit. Okay, so we're here at the preview. So the nighttime was working though, right? Nighttime was working. Oh, but the daytime's not working now. Wait a minute. Reading color. So what did they say you could do? You can set it for complex property type fallbacks, but you can also do it to set animations. So transition gradient angle. You change the gradient angle. Can it only do one? Is that the problem? Is the problem that it can only do one? And does it only work for linear gradient? So you're saying 0 degrees. Gradient box on hover. Gradient angle. Very confused why it doesn't. Wait, why does that work? So the building color changes, window color changes. Now we don't have skyline color though. Set here. So why doesn't that work? So you're inside here, inside the root. Before we were inside of what am I missing? There's something wrong. Something wrong with the way we're defining this. So do properties have to be outside of any scope here? Oops. It has to be outside. That doesn't change anything. So it doesn't change at night. It's very strange. Skyline gradient color. And then the media query changes it. It should change it, right? Three. Why does that not work? So we're inside here. We're changing that. If we put it into there, it changes it. We still don't have any like transition or anything going on. What happened to, there's like a sky thing that was empty. What happened there? Oh, it's just up there. Okay, never mind. So, transition. Am I just not using the transition thing right? Can we get it to work for one? Okay. Yeah, I am using it correctly, right? Let's get rid of all this other stuff. Okay, I am using this property correctly, right? Background. Wait, do I just get rid of that? No. But that does change the radial gradient. That does work. It just doesn't do the transition, right? So that works. Just doesn't do the transition. So why does the transition not work? That is the question. Let's see. So we have transition where we can go like this. We can do this. And it just won't work for the one. Okay, well, we'll have to learn more about that when we do animations, maybe, and try to understand this a little better. I don't understand why it wouldn't work. We got this radial gradient for setting our colors. For some reason that breaks this. Why does that break this? Changes. I want the transition. I want that. Skyline gradient color 1. You know the fallback is to that color. Problem is see what's happening in this game right now. Still 0-0 at half. Okay. Oh my gosh. What did I want to do? Transition with a media query. Using media queries. Bottom and bottom left. Positions there. The transitions on the square. So we want the transition on the sky is what we want. Yeah, we want the transition on the sky. Background color, ease all. Am I not? Transition gradient angle. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Look at that. That's cool. Oh my gosh, that's so fucking nifty. Oh, look what we did. Look what we did there. That's so fucking cool. From day to night when we just shift this. Okay, that's nice. I gotta save this. I gotta save this. We're gonna save this. This is cool. I'm happy with this. This is so fucking nifty. I'm going to let's actually go into here and we'll change this to build a city skyline. And so what we'll do is we'll get this. Free code camp. It's not a lab, it's actually a workshop. So this was pretty cool. What we did was the CSS here. We'll put the HTML and that here, and we'll just talk about a bit about what we did there. The preview down here. Okay, the only thing we added then at the end of this is to, let's see. That's so fucking cool, actually. I'm really proud of that. That's pretty nifty. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is so fucking cool. Shrink it down. And we go to nighttime. And it just transitions to that. Oh my gosh. That is so funny. And it's so cool. I could also have it transition the windows, I think. I think we could transition on the window colors as well. Oh, that's so nifty. So I think on here we don't even have to change. I think it would this work if I just did this up here? Would it still work? No, it doesn't work if I put it there. So it has to be part of the sky because that's the thing that we're transitioning. So it does have to be part of that. So we could also change the could change that. What would be nifty is if we had the sun fall down and then have the moon come up. That would be so cool. Or have the moon drop down from the top. Okay, well that's fine. Let's move along to the next thing. But I do want to just note what we added here. So we have building color, those things. So we added these things. Let's take these snippets here. We'll copy those. So how I did it. Here we go. Added for each color stop in the radial gradient. And then you add a transition to the sky. The sky class, and then on the media query, change the variable values here. Inside of here, we have that, and we can just do that, and then we'll set that there. Just put that there. And that's it. We'll be back in a few. Just ran downstairs and saw the Senegal and France match, and a key moment just occurred where I don't know how to pronounce the guy's name. I think Wape is the name of the player on France, and he was had a chance in the penalty box and in the goalkeeper box, and was taken down, and it was a razor thin like touch of the foot from the Senegal defender on the ball. Looking at the replay, it doesn't even look like the ball changed direction. So it looked like he got the ball first, maybe. Could have gone either way. I'm thinking that I guess the call on the field was that it was not a penalty kick, not a penalty. But that probably should have been a penalty kick. Okay, so we're done with this. Let's go along with build City Skyline. We're done with that. Let's go on to build an availability table. And so this is another one where we work on our stuff here. Let's see. We're going to move this to portfolio. And this is a pre-code camp lab. So let's go over to here. I don't know if we're going to get time to work on that book. We've been doing so much with that workshop, which was I just had the idea to make that animation because they didn't have the they didn't say anything about it, and yet it seemed like a pretty cool thing to do, and they didn't even use any of the properties. So I wanted to get practice using that, so we did. There we go. That's how you do it. Make your own experience. So we're going to link the style sheet first. The href is styles.css. And in these styles here, what we're going to do is give the body a background color. Let's go ahead and give our root here, and we'll do our usual, which is the, you know what, let me open up the stuff from yesterday. on building a technical documentation page. And I think I opened that up. I don't want to have that open. So we want to get the styles from here. Let's open that up and get our colors. I usually have the same colors. Let's get those colors. So we'll do those. What's that? See what's going on here. Oops, a Pepsi. Okay, so we have this going. And what we'll do is we'll set the background color to, should we do light or should we do dark mode? So let's do dark. Do dark. Let's go for dark. So what they want is to do this availability table. Oh gosh, that's kind of neat. Is that what I want to do? Do I want to make one of these for myself and put that over in my the thing I was working on, the technical documentation page, which was just my page? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, okay. Availability. What is that? You have 5+ availabilities? I have more than 5 abilities. Availables. More than 5 availables then. That's weird. Why would you do it like that? So we're giving each one of these cells a value. Okay. Oh gosh, it's gonna be a table. Oh my gosh. Is it gonna be a table, and then in the middle we're gonna put separate cells inside of there? Let's see what they want. So we should just take a picture of this. So this is the no, that's not what we want. We want just the visible. Just visible? No. Yeah, I just want that. Oh, come on, really? Just want that part. Okay, so we'll go back over to here. Okay, so this is the reference image, and we'll just paste that there. And then so we'll do, this is the, rename this as availability table reference. There we go. We'll just go. Meets the requirements. Do that. I'm actually gonna take a quick break, but I am going to pause the timer. Let's pause the timer. And I'll be back in a minute. Okay, let's get back going here. Okay. So this is what we want to make, but we want to do it our way. Let's see. So we've got to have a table, right? A table with at least 3 columns. So we need a T head and a T body, right? For this. And even add a caption as well. So 3 columns. So we need TH. And 5 rows. We're going to do 4 because that's what my schedule usually is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So we'll do so we'll save this and let's go up over to here. The color that we'll do here is going to be the light color. We'll also set our font family here. We'll set table header stuff. I'm not sure. What should we do? Font headers. So T head is going to have a font family of caveat brush. There we go. And we're going to do a text transform here of uppercase. There we go. So we actually just want it to say mon to wed try. There we go. And then so the cells in the first row, so we want 5 rows. 3, 4, 5. At least 5 rows. But we want to have, let's do it by the hour. So we'll do it from like 8 o'clock till 5. Or 6. Or 9 o'clock to 5. I don't know. We'll just do it like that. And then the... Wait, so how do we get the headers on that other thing? I think it's like the column, right? Do a header for the direction for the column. Table row head. T head set the row. Oh, that's what we can do. Okay, so TR. We're going to do TR here. And we're going to do... do we need scope row, scope row, scope row. Scope is column. Okay, so that's what they're saying. Scope is column there. And then the stuff. So what we should do here is margin. Margin auto. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Table centered. Why is the table not table centered? Table should be centered. Cells in the first column. Okay, but then what we want, because this only has 2, and the scope is row there. So inside here, in the body is where we're gonna have the head. Got it. Okay. Okay, and so what we'll do in there, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. We'll say 9 a.m. and then what I'll do is I'll just copy this into the other elements. So, you know what? Let's just delete this. And we'll delete that as well. And we'll just do this. Time being, and so we need a couple things. We'll do 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and we'll go up to 6 o'clock here. Okay, and so what do we have here? We have these elements there, and so in the TH elements are all the ones that we want to do there, and so we should add a blank at the top here, so the table row should have a TD blank element there. And I think that's how we're doing that. TDT. Okay. Cells in the first row should be table headers containing days of the week. Three columns in their table first. Yeah, so we have our head. It's days of the week. Cells in the first column should be table headers with a class of time. And the first column should be table headers with a class of time. It should contain time values. Okay. Really should have done this differently, shouldn't I have? So let's try to find all these. And then right here, we're going to have a class of time. Should contain time values as their text. All data cells should have the class of available where number is a number from 0 to 5. So all data cells. So you know what? I'm really screwing this up because I should be making this a little easier on myself. Although I do have all that. Hold on a second. So we should have table data here. And we should have a class available dash with a number. Number of available people at that time. Okay. So we'll do 1. It's me. Okay. And then this is just one thing, right? So we're going to copy that and then paste that inside of like all of these ending TR elements. And then in our root selector, it defines 6 variables named color number. We'll say color number color number 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have to go with 5. So okay, so what we'll do is we'll just do white for there, or we'll just do FFF. And then color 1 is just going to be light. Color 2 is going to be med light. Color 3 is going to be medium. Color 4 is going to be mid dark. Color 5 is going to be that. Use these variables to set the background color of the corresponding available elements. So what we'll do is we'll create new classes. Available 0 is going to be background color is going to be color 0, and then I can just color 5. Okay. Okay, should maybe do a lighter color background. So the background color should probably, these should probably be swapped. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we should set this to. Maybe we should just use the green. We could use red. That would be interesting. Shades of red. We did it that way. Okay. Well, what we should do is maybe we'll just do the table. Yeah, we need a table as white. Ten pixels. Okay. We do it that way. So the root selector, we should define variables for solid border and dash border. So we'll have solid border. What does that mean? What are we given these values? Alternating between solid and dashed. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll set all right, we'll figure this out when we get back. Trying to figure out this solid border, dashed border. Why can't I do this? We got the color, we got the pixels, the solid, the dash. So there's something going on here. So TR. So we want this of T body. TR. Border bottom. Body, table row elements. Inside of the body here. Okay, well, how come it doesn't work if I just do all of them? Really? Table row, table row, table row, table row. Huh. What's going on here? How come this doesn't work? Something to do with specificity that's overriding the border somewhere? I don't see where. How is that possible? Okay. Well, inside of each of these, what do I do? Okay, we might need to flesh this out. I don't understand. The border for the TD elements. Do we need to like... Okay. Okay. So that's that. I just don't understand why we can't get the table rows. So can we get T body? Why is the border not working? So annoying. Table border THTD elements. Do we do it like that? Is that what we do? Okay. So border bottom works on those. I want it over the entire row, though. How come I can't do that on the rows? Hmm. To style them, give the rows either the class of sharp or half to style them. What does that mean? So clearly they're adding stuff in between. Is that what we're doing? Why can't we do that? Is there something wrong with the HTML here? Let's maybe open this up in a Codium part here. Let's see. The formatter? What? What about IntelliSense? Okay. We can target the individual elements, but that's not what we want. We want to target the entire row. Why am I so stuck on this? Let's see. Let's just move on, I think. We'll move on. We'll come back to that. Use these styles to... It should be working like there. I don't understand this. It's probably because there's no content, actually, right? There's no content in the things. So inside of... the elements that are there, I think what we want to do is to do an after, maybe. Let's have some content in there as that. And then we can add a border. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. I don't know, man. Just... dashboard. It's supposed to work, but it doesn't. It's weird. Zoom in on this. Okay. Body margin auto. What do we have to do to center that table? Ah, there must be something wrong at like a top level or something. So we have T head and T body. Right, so we have table TR. But we're separating this. The T head and T body though. Okay. Right. Scope is row. Alright, we have a TH element with a header. Everything looks okay, right? Let's try reducing this. Let's try... So weird. Let's try just reducing this by a couple. Okay. So we have those things. Why does it not scale this thing? Dash border. Border on TR elements? Can you do that? We'll set the rules equals rows. Is that what we need to do? Oh, okay. Interesting. So let's go ahead and undo that, I guess. Put the closing tag there. All right. Okay, so we don't want that large of a border, I don't think. We'll do one dash light, and then there's a heavy border, dashed border. Has to be large enough, I guess. Maybe 1 pixel. Okay. There we go. Okay, so Yeah. I don't know. How do we make this so the dashed thing matters? We should do light here. What's that noise? Is that the music? Weird. Was that intentional? Is that an intentional noise in there? I don't know. Let's see. We need to finish this up. I don't want to spend too much time on this. We're going to give each of the rows a class of sharp or half. So, to style them. Sharp or half? I mean, we can just use the odd selector thing, right? Can't we? Can we not just use that? I guess we would use sharp for this. So instead of using this, we'd use sharp. Or this one will be half. Oh, this is sharp. And then this is half. So all right, we're gonna come back in a minute. Dashed border styling so shit. I don't understand this. You can only choose like 2 pixels in order to make it work. Okay, so we'll choose the dark, but then we'll do a grayish color for the in-between. I don't really understand why it has to be so large. All right, so I think what we'll do, we'll have to increase everything else. So we'll do a font size adjustment of 2 rem, and then that just makes everything a little bit larger. And yeah, that will make everything a little bit larger. Inside of the table row times, I think we do stuff. Let me just finish up what they want me to do here. Sharp and half, so we want sharp half. Yeah, we want sharp for that one, but then at the bottom of 11, we want half. So let's just copy every other one is, I guess, what they want. Three after 5. And so for here we want sharp. We'll copy it. We'll move it up to where we want it to be, right? So we want this to be here, I think. Okay, so I think that works then. We set the border to be just 2 pixels. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we have that part, and should have a div element with the ID of legend. Should contain a span element. And that's going to be at the bottom here, right? That's at the end. So we're going to have a div element at the end after the table. We should have a span element inside that says availability in the text. Legend gradient. Overall table headers, I'm thinking there. I think T head, T body should be font family of area. Area sans, or should we just go with caveat? Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I like it. I like it a lot. We should give some padding and stuff for the insides, but we'll finish this up. Legend gradient, so we should have a legend gradient element. Okay, so linear gradient is going to go from... Can we just put in those ones? I don't think it works that way, does it? Transitions between all the colors with hard lines. So... Okay, so I don't think it's going to work. What I need to do is... And, so we have 20% we have to go to, right? We have to go from there to 20%. Then we need to go from 20% to, is it color 0? %? Oh, wait, no, because it's... Oh, right. It is 6 of them, right? So we need to go from 16 to 32. From 32 to something. Right. I mean, it's not really working, is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, but we want it to be after that, don't we? What are they saying? Availability, and it's on top. It goes from 0 to there. So with the idea of legend, and then inside of the div is going to be a span of there with the text availability and a div element for the legend gradient. That's what it is. Okay, that's why I have this. And then that should work, but apparently it doesn't. We're going to set a width and a height, I guess. So we're going to go from 0 to 5. Okay. Plus 16 is 64, right? And then push up 4. And we push up 5 and 5. We'll get rid of that. So we can get rid of that one for the end. We can do 100 minus 16 is what? 84. And from 48 to 64, 64 to 84, and then 84 to 100. So we need to give this a width and a height. So we're going to give the width of like a let's give it like 3 rem, I guess, and a height a 3 rem. There we go. But we want it to go horizontal, do we not? Want this to go horizontal. So what we'll do is we'll do a flex. Linear gradient is there. What we'll do. So 90 degrees or. Yeah, 90 degrees there. Okay. So width-wise, I guess we want it to go like the length of the table, maybe? It's a square, so we want it to be 50 in the width then. There we go, but we don't want it that large. What we want is 1% of the viewport, and then times 5. Let's do 3%, and then do 25 maybe. That's pretty good, I think. Though they're not squares, don't like that. 5 by 5 because it is 6s, right? So we want it to be, say 30. Why are they not squares? Did I not set this up right? 16%, maybe it's 17 is what we want. We want 17. Or we can do 16.66. 16.66. Then from there to 33.33. Then I think it's exactly 48%. And then from 48% to 64.66%. And then it's 85.33. Although I guess that's not it. Let's see. What's the calculation? 666. Right. It's, why do I have it there? Why do I have 64? It should be 66. Of course. And then 48% is the right one, or is that not right? No, it should be 50, right? Because we're exactly half. But it's not squares. Okay, so. Oh. Okay. So then, I think what we want to do within the div legend is center this. Yeah, why won't it center? That's not what we want. Okay, so inside the body, there's something going on there. Let's see if we pass. So the first row in our table should not contain any TD elements. All your TD elements should have the class of that. So they said to do that, but there's a TH element that doesn't have anything then, if we do it this way. Target TD elements that are sharp elements? For what? For the border? What are you talking about? I mean, sure. You want the percentages as whole numbers? Well, that's dumb. You understand that's dumb, right? You understand that's dumb. You understand how stupid that is, right? Like, you understand how dumb that could be. Okay, so you want it as whole numbers. So we'll do it like this, even though you're wrong. Transitions from one color to the next as hard lines. So are you saying I should get rid of that? What are you talking about? What? I don't know what you want. I don't understand what you want here. I don't understand. What are you fucking talking about here? What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? They should be a hard line. Transitions from one color to the following color as a hard line for your gradient. Like I did this. I did this already. They need 2 percentages? You need 2 percentages? What are you talking about? So the first one stops at 16%. So it goes up until 16%. Then the next one, it's going to go 16 to 33. So you're saying 16%, 33%, 50%. I don't understand what you want. Tell me what you want. I don't understand it. What? This doesn't make any sense. What do you want? It doesn't work. So are you saying that, like, is it because of the to the right? Is that why it's not working? No, it's not that. Do I need border collapse on this? Is that why we said that? There we go. Okay, so that collapses the board and then that works. So that, okay, that's what we wanted on there. I forgot that that's what we did. 20 pixels and then auto. Ah, there we go. That's pretty nice, actually. Why does it not? Yeah, so weird. It's not it. It's not it. Still not it. Ding, 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 ding. And that works? Okay, so finally that works. Okay, well, I mean, maybe I'll use this thing in the future. I'm not thrilled with it. But that's it for today. That is it. I'm really I really just gotta call it a day. I think this is nice. I'd like to work on it more. I just don't know if I just don't want to right now. There's a lot of decisions that need to be made here. So what I'm gonna do is build a page there. So these are portfolio things. These are the other ones. Okay, so we'll just call this availability index.html, and then we'll save it as availability styles. Okay, so we'll go back and we'll copy this stuff, except for the last thing. They were very finicky about this. Apparently, all I need to do is do this. That and the other. This, that one, this one. Get rid of that, and then color 5 goes from there to the end, and that should work. So we'll test it. Although we'll go forward. We'll go forth, and so hopefully it was saved, right? It was saved. So let's go back to this and see that they didn't save my stuff. They didn't save any of it. That's such bullshit. That is such bullshit. Why don't they save it? Alright, well, there was one thing that I did. I did collapse the rows on the table, and we did make the margin, or the I could have centered it there, right? Margin 0 auto. Okay, could have done this here. Collapse the borders, save that. So what I want to do is I want to save this as availability styles, CSS, and then we'll just import the and let's take a look at it from here on out. Did it open up right here, or did I have to? Oh. Did I save it in the right place? I think I did. Availability index, there we go. So there's our availability index. We don't have our whatchamacallits here. Let's go open that up actually. Technical document. Min styles. Styles. Okay, let's get all these things here. Copy that. Copy that. I don't know why we don't get everything we want from this. A various sans libre doesn't show up. Oh, caveat doesn't show up. That's why. We can do as if availability can be legend. There we go. That's nice. Okay. How else can we style this so that it's a little better? We want to have padding around the TD elements, I think. Okay, so come on over here. Come on over here. We got this up. Yeah, come on over here. We want, what did they say? We want this to be the 90%, say. That's 90% of the thing there. And that should be there. Well, that's weird. Okay. I wonder if we can there we go. That's it. That's it. We can do 1 pixel. We can do 1 pixel. We're allowed to do that. So why is the available the legend we need to set the font family? Availability, maybe we can use caveat for that. Availability, there we go. Okay, so yeah, I don't really see a need for this actually. I don't think I'm going to use this thing. Oops. That's not what we wanted. I don't know if that progress bar. We want to toggle the pomodoro as well. Here we go. We need to restart this because toggle ticker. We can toggle the ticker. Problem is, it just like pops on and pops off. Got to change that. Okay, I'm just gonna call it. Take a screenshot of this thing. Let's finish this up here. Okay, so we have our MVP here, and code was availability. Availability styles. And then we'll just rename this one to the finished, and we'll just give a thing here. Availability, there we go. Not the best thing we've done so far. But it's all right. Let's turn these things down, go back to here. So we finished that. We got credit for it. They didn't save our code. We saved it several times, but yet it lost all the code. I don't understand it. Usually they allow us to like download it afterwards. But yeah, okay, whatever. So that's the end of that one. Okay, let's pop over here. Maybe we'll pop over there. Can we pop over there? No, it won't let me. There we go. Okay, well, we're over there now. I'm over here now. We finished that module. No, we didn't actually finish the whole module. We got to do a review on CSS Variables on Thursday. So we didn't get everything done today, but it's day 23 out of 90. We've got lots of days left. Many days, many a day are left. We didn't get around to this CSS grid layout, but that's perfect for the next day. So on Thursday, we're gonna look at CSS grid. That's a lot to do. Build a magazine workshop. There's design a newspaper layout. There's debugging CSS in theory. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do there. And then on Friday, we have the certification project, build a product landing page. So lots to do. We've learned a lot about CSS in these last couple of weeks. I'm kind of getting burnt out of CSS. I want to work on some other stuff, but I'll be happy when this is done. Yeah, I want to work on some other things. It's getting a bit stale. So that's it for today. We will catch you back here on day 24 on Thursday. So ta-ta for now. Have a great one. Enjoy the World Cup.